What's up? Happy Sunday. No, don't say anything. Oh shit, I am getting messages. My they weren't coming up. As soon as I said that, I was like, well, I might as well change the shit. Damn, fishing line. Crappy ends today, spaghetti. Yeah, settings. I wonder how many times I've actually had that happen. You know, like I'm in here and I'm just like, you know, that because normally when you first start a live, right, like a shit ton of people will rush in here and no one will be saying anything. Yeah, I'm tired. With me and Homegirl, we've already spoken. And I'm a little more jumbled than normal. Plus, I look like dog shit, don't I? You can tell me. I'm not sensitive. Just be like, yeah, you look like you look gay. Whatever that is. Well, thanks for stopping by, guys. Yeah, it can be a lot of work, I suppose, you know, to vape. But I I enjoy it. You know, it's like I was telling somebody that it's kind of like a high stress type work. Um, you're kind of like, you know, but uh, I think that because of my, uh, not to get all psychological on you, but I think because of the environment I was raised in, the high, ooh, mm, uh, the high, fucker, the high stress is kind of like home to me, which is kind of like why I like to build guitars and all that other stuff. Not that building guitars is very stressful, but there's things that have to be done perfectly, and you can only get so close to perfect, and that'll drive you nuts. Luckily there's ways to uh, you know, get as close as possible to that shit. Yeah, hey, that could be it. Because I had to tune out a lot, you know, check out. So maybe that is it. Maybe it's not. Maybe that's it. I don't know. It is detailed. Like, this is funny. This place that me and dude were at, where I was helping him, right? There's these, like when you go to Vegas or, Disneyland or Disney World or wherever, some touristy place, and they've got like the dude with the easel, and he draws caricatures of you, and he's able to like look at you and pick out like little features about you and exaggerate them and basically turn you into like some uh, funny bullshit, right? We're at this house and they've got three of them, right? And the first one is just the dude and the chick. The second one is the dude and the chick and their firstborn, right? And then the third one is the dude, the chick, and both of their children. And oh man. You can see the progression of like the stress being brought out on their faces, and the last one, the dude is just like, just fucking over it, dude. And, the chick's kind of got like, have you seen like the, like South Park, like when somebody's about to like lose their mind and they get like the little lines by their eyes, like, you know, there was a lot of that shit going on. And oh man. And great people, really, really great people. I'm not dissing them. It was just the pictures were just funny. Okay. Totally cool people, totally cool. Yeah, who knows? You're probably right, Viola. It might not be. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. This is just me kind of, you know, sitting here tripping and speculating and being like, why, why, why? God, you look like shit. My eyes are getting to the point where I can't see things up close anymore. Oh, really? We had one drawn in Vegas one time. I think we were at the Luxor. Um, we went to go see like the Blue Man Group, and while we were there, we got that done by this guy, and for whatever reason, the dude he drew me as like this total goofball. I was all like, and my brother he ended up looking like some sort of like muscle fucking guy. I don't know, but those guys they really kind of have the best job on the planet. They get to like get paid to make fun of people all day long, and you know and I could tell well the guy was drawing it that he was making fun of me, you know what I'm saying, because he's like uh kept on looking over the thing and he's just like just kind of laughing at himself. um right, well, uh there's you can be in an unsafe environment, right? But you can also be in an environment that is so loud and so chaotic that where someone in that environment is actively trying to drive everyone crazy. And um you can, if you don't tune out, you'll lose your fucking mind. This is something that they've actually began to use, right? It was, used by the KGB and later with MK Ultra, and this was discovered by uh, years and years ago. There was a bunch of people that were going to um, shrinks, right? And they were all showing the same symptoms, right? And it turned out that all of these people could be linked to satanic families and stuff. And these guys were being subjected to what's called SRA, which is satanic ritual abuse. They have a term for it now. And what was happening to them is they were being abused so intensely that it's disassociation, right? So they and this is where we actually got our term alter ego from, right? Like you basically, your brain, right, if you can imagine it like a house, right, with many rooms, your personality goes and hides in the bathroom, right? And you will create another personality, right? And that person takes the brunt of the shit. And then when it all goes away, you come out of the bathroom and this guy goes away, right? And this at some point it was decided we can use this as a tool, right? And that's how they started making things like Manchurian candidates and, people that would, hear a certain word and just be like, "Burp," and then go and carry out whatever. And, right, right. That's true too. Um, and they won't fix the problem, right? Because it's kind of like how countries I won't name have made it illegal to cure, right? Because the money stops. Um, uh, they're in the business of symptom suppression, right? So the problem doesn't go away. They just give you something that gets you high or makes you feel better. And while that problem persists, and you can, yeah, well, pills, right? Yeah, duh. And yeah, they're not going to, right. And, right, yeah, I'm preaching to the choir. So, okay. Yeah, that's looking like shit. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Piece of shit. I really need to look at this right here. Free healthcare. Yeah. It's like, yeah, we'll get to you. Let me turn this around and attempt to look at this damn thing because my eyes are shit. Because it just looks so funky. There's got to be something going on that's just wrong. I know it's spaced, but what is going on here? It's like the wire is getting thicker and skinnier, which doesn't make sense because it's the same damn wire. Whatever. Stupid. Yes. Huh. Once you've get evaluated and they're like, "Yep, you're good to go get therapy." Um, how often can you go? You know, is it like once every 6 months because it's free, or can you 300 an hour? Jeez, my turn. I bet you they're making killing right now. A bunch of people that just want to show up and you know, you can't continually talk about your problems and get better. It just kind of keeps them in your head. Plus, wasn't psychology like invented by a child molester who was in love with his mom? You know. actually. Right. He's a fucking weirdo, dude. Okay, hold on here. I'm sorry. Almost so much kind of the type of terrorist. Huh. So there's a max that can put you to the curb. It's within working hours. I'm sure a lot of people take advantage of that. You know, their phone's just going crazy. A fortnight is 14 days. It's an old term. At one point, I was like, I gotta look this shit up. Ouch. And because I want to know shit. You know, and I'm also not afraid to like ask questions. Um, you know, because I find a lot of people, um, you know, like to tell you what they know because it makes them feel smart. You know, sure, there's those people that are like, you don't know this, you're dumb. It's like, okay, I'm not talking to you anymore because you're a jackass. Kind of defeats the purpose when the counselor turns out to be a Mason and talks you into leaving so you can try and bang you. Sure. Uh, well, you know, we know what we know about the Masons. At least the higher up guys. They're all, you know, it is a sex cult, a Luciferian sex cult. Pizzy. Wiltshire. Well, what is well, I get Wiltshire, but what is Poozy? Is that a name also? A town. Jeez. Sounds like very strong men come from there. Where do you hail from, Lamprest? We're up the street from Dick in the Ass. Stonehenge, huh? Yeah, that place is a trip. Um, you'd think it trips me out. There's a few things that it lines up with, right? All around the world, actually. And it's kind of crazy that these people had that much precision put into something that looks so clunky, you know? But I don't know. Like I've told you, I'm not a doctor. Okay. You don't have a master's in land geology? Right, right. Yeah, it like tracks the solstices. Oh, it doesn't really track it. It just kind of marks the peaks, right? But um they've discovered that there are other um uh I forget the actual name, ancient landmarks, if you will, all around the world. Right, they're everywhere. And some have, been recently discovered because they don't all look the same and shit. But if you were to, take the Earth, right, and draw lines that connect all these things, um, they all um, uh, create like these shapes and stuff. And people kind of think that, these guys knew a whole lot more about whatever, you know. Personally, I don't really think so. I think there's people are reading too much into it, and because they're tracking the stars, right? Doing whatever, that would translate into these things being lined up, you know. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you were to take the lines that they're following and just bring them straight down onto the earth, you know, that it would look like these things were intentionally put into lines when they're just not, you know. So it's not that these guys knew the circumference of the earth and, you know, were communicating with each other or whatever. It's just, you know, you know, but there's a lot of people that lose their mind over shit that's just not the case, in my opinion. I think there's other explanations. Right. Yeah, other celestial events too. So you follow your feet and hope for the best. Uh, does that mean you could you could just take a nap? You know, kind of like you're the passenger in a car. You just like walking. You wake up and you're, oh, okay, cool. Thanks, buddies. You brought me where I was hoping. Fossilized dragon poop. Dragons are real. Please believe it. They were real at a point. Not the fantasy type, but there was a point when, people went out and had to slay the dragons before they could fucking inhabit an area. You'd get robbed if. Are you serious? See here. Now there are some areas in Mount Vernon that are pretty rough, right? There's other areas in the world that are crazy, crazy rough. You just can't walk outside because you'll get shot. But there are some people here that are pretty gangster, you know. But for the most part, you could stand outside 24 hours and not have anything happen to you. Here. I live on a dead end street, and because of that, and by the river, right? And because of that, we get homeless people that walk down this road all the time. Hey, no way down. What's going on? You're a punk band guy, right? Something like that? On a bad day, you totally get robbed. Well, that's stupid. Plenty of homeless addicts. Yeah. Yeah, here, a lot of the homeless are actually pretty nice. Pretty nice people. I've only had one encounter with one guy that tried to get a little testy with me. I was outside and I was with my nephew at the time. And we were smoking a cigarette. And he was like, with his whole little group of people, because they have like these spots they hang out. You know what I'm saying? They kind of congregate in certain areas. And we were going to go into this store. Yeah, is that a thing? Maybe you just got to leave and come back if that's happening. Unless you've already tried that. But we were going to go into this store, and this store happened to be by um, one of their hangouts. And I'm out there and I'm smoking a cigarette, and one of them comes up and is like, "Hey man, can I bum a cigarette?" I'm all, "Nope," and it pissed him off, right? So what he does is he goes over there and he pulls his knife out and he starts like scraping on the ground, trying to like intimidate me and shit. So what I do is I go like this. I start scratching my back, and I've got my fucking gun right here, So as soon as I start scratching my back and show the gun, I know he's staring at me while he's doing it. It's all, it just stopped, So it's like, don't fuck with me, dude. You try and scare me with your little fucking gun. I will. I'm unalive. Huh. Try to follow you home. Yeah, that's not. Oh, we have here to defend ourselves. The freaking broomstick. Even pepper spray is it? Really? Wow. That's just stupid. People get all scared about guns and stuff. And, I've ran into a few people that are like, guns are bad. They're bad. And it's like, hey, I want you to do a little experiment. Take the gun, put it on the table, and see if it ever jumps up and gets you. Okay, we'll see you. And that always pisses them off. Because first of all, it makes them feel stupid, and they know it will never happen, right? And it puts the blame on a human, right? It. What are my top 3 favorite albums of all time? Well, to be honest with you, none of them are punk. Probably 10,000 Days, White Pony, Roxy. You guys just hear Roxy fart. That's funny. No. I don't give a shit. We can talk about whatever we want. I'm not. I don't care. I'm a musician also, so I don't know if you've seen the band room, but it's quite a sight for some. Okay, and shit, dude. I'm just trying to think of albums that I can put on and listen to every damn song. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just solid. I don't know. You got me. Because there's a lot of bands that I really like, but I don't like, their entire album on, you know, whatever, you know what I'm saying. Um, Super Unknown's a killer album by Soundgarden. Um, and to be honest with you, even like Nevermind by by Nirvana is a killer album, dude. But so is um, yeah, not well. It was groundbreaking in a sense that it changed the landscape, but it wasn't. If you listen to the music, um, it's not like, wow, these guys are playing music that is super hard to play and whatever. But I don't really put too much into that because that's the type of stuff that this band that I'm in now is playing. We play really kind of simple stuff. Back in Black, yeah, that's um is a killer one. I mean, AC/DC, you can't fault them. They found their thing, right? Just 4/4, and it's a lot of people think that the stuff that they play is too simple also, but it's like the shit has to be played perfect for it to sound right. The Fury of Our Makers by Devil Driver. Alice Cooper. You know, I've never I never got into his stuff, to be honest with you. Um, I dig him as a person, as much as you can know somebody that you don't know. But whenever he speaks, and I watch that stuff, he seems like a pretty solid dude, you know. Um, um, and I recently learned that he owns one of the letters in the Hollywood sign. I don't remember the story about how that came about, but he owns one of the letters. Yeah, he seems pretty on it, you know. Seems like a solid dude, and you know, I uh, he seems like a guy that you could talk to. You know, I like that. I like guys that are in that world that have remained real. You know, I've encountered some people from that world, and they turn into kind of these monsters. But I think that comes from the environment, You kind of have to. People do whatever they think they need to do to kind of protect themselves. And some people uh, don't do that. 28 albums. I wasn't aware of that. You know, Another band that puts out a shit ton of albums is the Melvins. Um, the Melvins, those guys are like riff and music machines. I like to go see those guys live, especially when Cody Willis is drumming with them. They got like the dual, um, the double, the two drummers. Um, my wife's brother uh, is like cool with Cody, and I don't remember how they know each other, but he's actually he knows the whole band and shit, but um, I it's my understanding that he knows Cody a little bit more. He's actually drumming for High on Fire now, which is awesome. I uh, I knew he was going to be just a perfect fit when I heard that before their last album came out. It's like, what? Cody's going to jam with those guys? That's going to be killer. Because he jams for Big Business and Murder City Devils, and um, so I've listened to him, and I just knew it was going to be a good fit. Buckethead has got 1 trillion albums. Um, well, that guy's not like a real person. He's like, uh, I don't even know what I think about that guy. I've seen him, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 times. Not um, Buckethead solo, but it was like when um, he first basically got discovered, right? And and there was like bands bringing him on, and this was kind of like an attempt to all right, yeah, make your food, and it was kind of like um, they were trying to show the world he was legit, because he's jamming with us. Look, we take him serious. You should too. It's just total crowd manipulation. When it's like the dude smokes, he should just jam, and you know we should just be able to see that he's awesome. But the people that run the show, that they got to be sure that their investment, has its return, and they think everybody's a moron. So, and which they are to some degree. So they got to make sure that you get it. But he's been around for a long time. Before he was doing the chicken, you know, the KFC bucket on his head, which is I don't think he's even rocking that anymore. I think it's just a white bucket now. It's been a while since I've seen him. Yep. Somebody that I hadn't spoke to in a while sent me a message on Discord. It's kind of cool, but you know, we didn't really talk. He was just like, "Hey, what's up, man? Seeing how you're doing." Told him to come through. You know, we'll see. Oh, yeah, you're a dog. Yeah, you're a pretty dog. Pretty puppy. Yeah, yeah. Get the pats and the scratches and the rubs and the pats and the scratches and the rubs. Oh, you just did all the good stuff. Yeah. Because you're a dog. Let's see. Let's see what time is here. It can't be time yet. I think you're just a liar. Not blowing clouds. Oh, no. You still got 45 minutes. You got 45 minutes. I think she's going to get an early lunch. You want lunch? Is it lunch? Yeah, that's Roxy. Rock dog. Spoiled little girl. Spoiled little girl. Yeah. Yeah, she acts like a puppy. She's definitely not. She's 12. So she's actually an old lady. But she totally acts like a puppy still, which I'm grateful for. You know, she still runs and jumps and plays and does all the puppy dog things. And, you know, the vet says she's like in incredible shape for her age. But her dad died when he was like 18. And it was like from cancer or something like that. So if he wouldn't have gotten cancer, he probably would have lived to like 2022 or something like that, because he was in great shape too. You know, he was, you know, before he got sick, you know, my homie would bring him over and he'd be running around and doing all kinds of shit. Then he got sick and it, you know, it happened pretty fast. It was a sad deal. Really kind of messed my homie up. I mean, he had the dog for fucking almost 20 years, you know. Roxy, if you want out, you got to go out back, because I don't trust you. You're too crazy. Too crazy. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. All right. She wants out. So, let's go outside. You still in here? No way down? If you're in here, I'll show you the band room, since I gotta go out there anyways. Hello. Well, hi. Is it, CJ, is it working again? You having any troubles? Well, it says there's two people in here, so I'm assuming that it's you and Viola V. She's probably making delicious lettuce wrapped magicals. Oh, it was your kid. Okay. Gobbling up all the air goodies. Come on, Ross, let's go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're kind of rural here too. I don't know if I've shown you what's across the street from my house, but it's a big field. Now I'm going to take a seat on this thing right here. Ooh, comfy. Roxy, go potty. Yeah, I think No Way Down took off. Which is cool. You know, I'm boring. I'm a boring dude. Oh shit, check it out. You see these flowers right here? These yellow ones? Alright, are you gonna zoom? As zoomed as I can get. Well, whatever, you can see them. Those roses smell incredible. They're like the best smelling roses I've ever smelled in my life. And I have the bush. Like, I'm not joking. It's crazy. I don't know what the hell's going on. What they they kind of smell like the color, if that makes any sense. I know it doesn't really make any sense, but if I were to describe the smell, that's what it smells like. It's kind of like a vanilla-y type. Here, let me just go cut one, and we'll sniff it. Be right back. Don't know why I did that. Oh, I was talking about this flower. I was saying that it's covered in these tiny little bugs. That this flower is off of this rose bush over here. Quaint yellow guys. They're like the best smelling rose I've ever smelled in my life, and they smell kind of like the color of the rose. I know that doesn't really make any sense, but if I were to describe the smell, I'd say it smells like this. It's kind of vanilla-ish with like a tiny bit of pepper. Um, I don't know. It's really, really fragrant. You know how some roses, they don't really have a smell to them. Like I've got this red one over here. You know, it's a beautiful rose, right? And I have people that come over here and they just go to that rose bush and they clip a bunch off because it's a pretty rose, but it doesn't really have it. I mean, it has a smell, but it's just nowhere near as fragrant as these ones. Like the smell of this thing like punches you in the face. But yeah, I kind of like it when it's not quite this open. You know, smells a little bit more when it's more, just slightly more cupped. But funeral rose, is that what the red one is, or is that what this is? The red ones, I'm guessing. Oh shit! The little bugs that I just blew off this thing are like biting me. I just got bit. You gotta be kidding me. The ones with no scent. Huh. Yeah. I'm not too savvy when it comes to that. You know. My neighbor also has this orangish, yellowish type um, rose, and it has a really good smell to it also. And I'm thinking I might want to take a cutting or a few and clone it, and get some roots going on the ends of the cuttings and um, plant them. Um, I'll just have to get the right type of uh, root hormones, but I know how to do all that stuff because I grew pot for 20 fucking years. I don't anymore. I don't even. Peachy. What about trying to graft a branch to the red? I suppose I could do that. After I maybe cut it down for the season, and then once it um, is just about to come out of its dormant phase, I could do that. That'd be kind of cool to have one rose bush that puts out a bunch of different kinds. That'd be kind of cool. I've got an apple tree that's like that. What's up, Desiree? But yeah, I've got an apple tree in the back that's got 5 varieties of apples on it. I didn't do that to it. My mom, years ago, bought that tree, and that's how it came. So, But yeah, I've never tried to graft myself. I've seen it done. It looks simple enough, you know, but we need to keep in mind that these videos are only showing their successes, right? So, it would, huh? What's so funny, Desiree? Are you Yeah, there's multicolored roses. Yeah, I don't know if they're probably some sort of hybrid, because wild roses are kind of unremarkable. I mean, they're cool, you know, but um, they look nothing really like what people think of when they think of roses, right? Yeah, well, I'll just have to look up the correct time and do that. I can see if she's got some blooms on the roses, and I can show you the multicolored roses. Come on, Rox, let's go. I'll just show them to you. They actually look really pretty. They're just gorgeous. Oh, there are a couple. They look like they're not. Oh, there's a couple that are decent. One second. God damn it. What's the most expensive rose? I couldn't tell you. I'm not a florist. Right, right. Wild roses. I have a wild rose in my backyard. It was an incredible bush that had been trained for years. It had like this central stalk, right? And then it just kind of ballooned out into this bush like a mushroom at the top. And it got something happened. You know, I was training it and training it and training it for years. And one year something happened. The weather was funky. Like it seemed like it was going to get warm, right? And then we had like this cold snap, and all the new growth died, and it like almost killed the plant. One second. You stay, Rock Duck. But I'll flip you around. I'll show you these roses here. But you can see how they're like orange and red, and as they bloom, they become more like that. And then when they die-ish, they become more pink. But when they first start out, they're like that. I've got these ones here too, which are like a whitish pink. Then as they die, they kind of do this, but this is what they look like when they come out. I need to do some deadheading. Oh, you thought I was a florist? No, I'm just a stupid dude, man. No problem. I will share. I mean the ones that are like purple, pink, blue, green, etc. All at the same time, like a rainbow. Huh. I don't think I've seen that. Huh. That's really cool. Wait. Yeah. No, I don't know shit. I don't know anything. I don't even, I forget my name. Back to business. Oh. So what are you what is the business today? Viola B. More. Hey, morning, man. Right. I was just wondering what she settled on. What's on the menu for today? What is the delicious? Okay. So your kid eats meat. That's good to know. That is good to know. Just slightly. I'm gonna barbecue some steak. Ribs on the grill. Yes. I'm not 100% on what I'm going to be eating today. I'm going to be going to a family reunion. And I'm not 100% where this is happening. It could be happening out at the water, or it could be at one of the properties. Um, I don't know, but there's normally like a bunch of food there, and we'll just have to see. And I'm also interested to see who is there, because there is some shit, let's call it shit, that's been going on in the family for a while. And it could be interesting. So, we will just have to see how that goes. He tried to go veggie when he was like 8. He soon realized veggie diet. Yeah. He was. Yeah, it's kind of funny when you're young and you think you know what you're saying, right? You want a big ass salad. Yeah, love family reunions. Everything can get fun real quick. Yeah. especially when you're younger and you're out of the loop, and all of a sudden things get kind of spicy, and you're like, uh, why is this happening? you know, but for the most part, our family is completely drama free. We don't like um, people being stupid. We don't like people that uh, keep tabs like on all this stupid shit that people do. Forgiveness, actual forgiveness is uh, good. You know, and not act. Basically, we don't like it when people act like a bunch of bitter fucking women. Not sound sexist, but you know, normal people know what I'm saying. And bringing up the old shit that everybody's thought was dealt with already, but it's still alive in their and well in their fucking head, and because they are miserable, you know, and eventually it just gets to the point where it's like, okay, you just can't come around anymore because you're fucking stupid, you know. you know, uh, just washing them gospers and smiling glad hands, right? Sit quietly and observe. That's what I tend to do in public settings. I know I seem like I'm a chatterbox here, like my wife would call me, but and I can be when I'm really comfortable with people I can talk about. But for the most part, you fucking piece of shit. For the most part, I'm I'm really quiet, you know. And people that live in their head too much can think that that means whatever. But no, I'm just chilling. I can't believe that just happened. That was dumb. Huh, World Star. Yeah, you know, I have to run. It's like good conversation. Yeah, good conversation, man. Just enjoy yourself. You know, not an extroverted person. Yeah, I'm really not either. I don't have anything against extroverted people. Rihanna used to really be one. She was, but I think part of me has kind of rubbed off on her. I've kind of turned her into a homebody. But, you know, um, I, I used to go out a lot, you know. I used to be out there and be busy all the freaking time. And it eventually gets old, you know, believe it or not. Um, I'm from Washington State. CJ's from Canada. Um, Viola's from Scotland. Croc right now is in New Mexico. And I think that's everybody that's talking. There's always a couple people in here that just don't say anything. But they're normally children, and we can get rid of them by hitting the vape because they're like people who vape are bad people. So that's what I usually do when the numbers start getting high. I hit the vape, and then it drops at least one or two numbers. They're like, oh my god, he vapes. He's bad. You piece of shit. Cocksucker. Alright, well, we're starting over. Fuck that. It was going so well. I've got right now, it's this stuff. I know it's backwards, but it's by Jam Monster. It's peanut butter and grape jelly on buttered toast. I was vaping peanut butter and strawberry jelly. It's personally, I think it's a little bit better. But my wife, the swivel is. I just need to go and buy the right one. I'm using like one of the brass. Uh, it's not the best one. I need to get a stainless one that's just like you can just blow on it and it does its thing. But every time I think about it, I'm somewhere else. And I'm like, well, this works. Okay. And I've been not tightening this up all the way because it can actually stress the wire. Because I'm doing, if I was doing like 22 gauge or something, I would just tighten the shit out of it. But I've been not even taking it to a click because I've had it just break in the chuck. But we're gonna do 2 clicks this time, even though it'll probably break in the chuck now because this wire is just so damn thin. drive you crazy. Yeah, I think it's time. We need to get a new swivel. Piece of shit. All right. Heisenberg blueberry slushy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like I think that guy's on fire. Oh no, he's just vaping. Blueberry. Yeah, there's a lot of flavors that are good out there. There really is. And then there's a lot of times when you know you read something and you're like, hey, that'll be great, and then you vape it and it doesn't translate well. Um, which can really piss you off because juice can be expensive. Some juices really just depends on, if you get it online, you can kind of get a deal a bit. Um, but um, the shops, they can really ream you. Yeah, looks like an iPad. Click, clunk. Okay, where are you? I dropped a piece of wire here, and knowing my luck, my wife will find it with a damn toe and be like, "You piece of shit." Divorce. Trapper Keeper. I haven't heard that in a long time. That's kind of funny. The Trapper Keeper. Yeah. Right, right. No, I know. It made it into the early 90s too. They actually still labeled uh, that stuff like at the stores, you know. Because I remember going to, buy like the stuff for, your next school year and whatever. And there was actually things that were branded that as their name. Oh, I need to re-up on my batteries here. Be right back. You're fine. You just stay right there. Nothing's happening. Okay. Rihanna is off at 1 today. Started kindergarten in 1980. Wow. I was born 2 years later. 32. And I'm burning through my wire here. I know how old you are, man. Damn it. Man, I swear you gotta do this shit like every day in order to keep up on your skills here. Didn't have kindergarten then. Yeah, it's kind of a trip, but it's compartmentalized. It's not like, you can remember everything. There's just certain things that stand out from years ago. A lanyard with, I don't know. Let me take a look. I might somewhere. I found a stainless swivel, and I was like, dude, this is the one. And it didn't work for shit. It pissed me off. Look at this. I mean, it looks like a killer swivel, but for whatever reason, it was a piece of shit, and it didn't. Like, look at this thing. Right? These things in here, like, they swivel great. The bearings. These, the eye things, they don't. They don't spin very well. They catch. And this one actually spins really good. This one is the one that catches. I can feel the grit. So maybe it'd be a good idea to like snip this guy off, like this one, and just clamp this last swivel and try that. That might work. We'll try it. Fuck this guy. You're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit and a liar. All right, so there you go. Now I'll never get it confused again. And we'll put you in here. Maybe. Let me catch up here. Saturday morning cartoons have only on Saturday at 3. Air channels, TV shut down at 4 a.m. Saturday cartoons and especially previous playoffs. Yeah, I watch Pee Wee. He's such a goofball. Reading Rainbow. Right. You know, I always thought that dude was kind of a trip. You know, he made me feel a little uncomfortable. You think he was gay? I don't know. I don't know. He kind of seemed a little gay, but I I I don't know the guy. Um, Hollywood is full of them. All right. Well, that looks like shit. All right, we're trying this new swivel. It's just gonna change our lives. Mr. Rogers was a gangster, dude. Absolute gangster. And you know, when memes started to come out, like making fun of him, um, I was pissed. You know, because I absolutely loved that person. He was truly, truly a good person. Won't you be my neighbor? Yeah. You know, he slipped in a lot of biblical stuff into his show. Um, I mean, the guy was a was a pastor, for Christ's sake. You know, of course he would. And he was somebody that viewed the children as our future and saw them being destroyed. So he took it upon himself to fight that. Oh yeah, I remember In Living Color, man. Damn. That seems like it's spinning pretty damn well. Pretty damn. So let's see how we do. Yeah, you know, there were some actors on In Living Color that I really, really liked, you know, and that's what kind of kept it going for me. But and Mad TV was great too. But I always liked Saturday Night Live a little bit more. Hey, what's up, babe? How you doing? For those of you that haven't met Rihanna, that's my wife. 2 hours left. Bam! Yeah, I was just telling him that you're off early. Fire Marshal Bill. Yeah, dude. Yeah, he was one of the actors that kept me engaged in that show. And the Wayans brothers. All right, see you, babe. Yeah, the Jim Carrey uh female, when what's his name? I can't remember the name of the dude, but he came out with you know the he came out as trans, and the whole world kind of gobbled him up. Um, and then Bud Light like endorsed him in some like an attempt to, I don't know, get sales, but it ended up like screwing them. And I can't I can't remember the dude's name. Probably not the biggest deal, but I'm sure you all know who I'm talking about. And he's one of the crazy ones, right? That believes that you can actually turn into a girl, right? And which is just crazy. I mean, I've got friends that are cross dressers and trannies and stuff like that, and they are like, yeah, I don't know what's happening. These people are like losing. They're fucking insane. Like, sure, I've you know chopped my dick and balls off, and I've got boobs now, but um, I'm still a dude. Like, I mean, they're crazy enough to do that stuff, right? And they recognize that. They're like, yeah, no, I'm doing this stuff because there's something wrong with me, right? This isn't normal behavior. But those people are insane. Like, but anyways, back to Jim Carrey. Um, I saw like a meme or something that was making fun of him, right? And it was like Jim Carrey, with like the little hair things, and um, a Bud Light can, and I have a friend that makes T-shirts, and I was gonna have her make me a T-shirt with that on it, and but I never got around to doing it. But I thought that would have just been hacking hilarious. All right. Uh, Robin Williams, yeah. You know, um, I really liked Robin Williams too. He was a great actor, but I've seen some interviews with him where he kind of was letting himself show a little bit, and he seemed kind of like an angry dude. There's no such thing as chicks with dicks, only dudes with tits. Yeah, yeah. Like I've told people, you can take like, even if they had the technology where you were to like remove the brain from someone, right? Say somebody wants to become a girl, right? And you've got like this donor body that's female, and you remove the brain, and you take this man's brain and you put him into this girl's body, So he's, no operation, no nothing. You've got a brain now in a fully female body. I'm sorry, you've moved that person, the personality, and their soul, right, into a female body. There's still a dude in there, right? You can't. It's a pipe dream, you know. I get what you're saying, but I don't think there's been any brain transplants yet. To my knowledge, on the books, right? Right, this thing is. I'm really used to that other swivel. Right, this thing is not spinning at all. Why? Why? I got that damn Reading Rainbow song stuck in my head now. I went too tight. But the version of the Reading Rainbow song that I have in my head is the one with DMX. Have you guys heard that? Looks pretty good. I still need a better swivel. This ain't gonna do it. Fucking around. What'd you miss? You missed talk about old shows and other nonsense like Mad TV and Mr. Rogers and In Living Color, SNL, and some other shit that I've probably missed. Oh shit, that's funny. So your kid's watching lives? How come he hasn't stopped by? What a jerk. You're like, well, if it is a ghost. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. It's not like my feelings aren't hurt. I'm fucking around. If he stumbles upon here, you know, organically, that's great. You know, I don't expect you to really tell anybody about what's what's going on here. Okay, now for this fucking nonsense. You gotta do that. Make it seem like you've been busy all day. You know, I've done that. Have a good one, man. Thanks for stopping by. Keep coming through, man. If you dig the room. Cool, man. Dig it, dig it. Well, yeah, get to work. She's coming. Sure. Oh man. Okay. Maybe. Well, it actually kind of worked out that the band's playing a little bit later today because I've got that family thing going on that I really had no idea about. And for some reason, my wife knew about it. Probably because my dad talks to her more than he talks to me. And it's probably just because of my history of having a shit memory. So he's like, why would I tell him? He'll just forget, right? um, so he tells her all the shit that I need to know. And plus, my dad's got his own thing going on why he likes to talk to girls. Like, what's kind of funny, true story. Um, uh, right before Rihanna and I hooked back up, um, my Rihanna runs into my dad, right? And he's like, she says, "Hey, how you doing? Blah blah blah." And they have a little conversation and shit. And then she's like, "Hey, before you go, can I get Adam's phone number?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, sure." So he gives him a number, and he gives her a phone number, right? Later, um, she calls it, and my dad picks up the phone, and she's like, "Hello," and he's like, "Yeah, hey, how's it going?" And she's like, "What the fuck?" I asked you for Adam's number, and he's like, "Yeah, well, you can't blame a guy for trying." I'm sure you all knew where that was going, but yeah, he's uh, he's terrible. He's got girlfriends all over the fucking country. At least I think so. Well, he wouldn't marry her, right? And here's the thing: I I used to be just as bad, so I can't really talk shit. I used to be just a piece of shit when it came to girls, and I couldn't have given a fuck, you know, zero, zero, zero. There's those types of guys that like a girl gives them some sort of attention, they latch on, and they get all fucking weird on them and shit. And you know, no, I was not that guy. That fucking guy. I was not lacking when it came to that shit. Oops. Ooh, okay, we can come this way a bit. Klingons. My father had 12 kids with 3 different women. Some of them shared birthdays. Well, yeah, I'm sure they would. Because people have habits, right? So it's kind of like, hey, it's winter time. We're not going out so much. What are we going to do? Well, we're going to pound, right? So, yeah, a lot of August babies, right? Ish, you know. Oh, wow. Yeah, things happen. I'm surprised I don't have more kids, to be honest with you. But I've only got one. Um, and and it's great. It's great having one. That's a lot of birthday presents to buy. Yeah, that's one way to think about it. Um, I would be, you know, more concerned with keeping track of all of it. Um, I know that might sound, heartless or you don't care, but if your brain doesn't fucking work, it's not really your fault. Um, but I like giving people stuff, you know, especially if it's you can give them something that shows that you know them, you know, something that they'll use, and you know. You never bought shitty dump these women. I didn't have to pay child support. Um, I was in the beginning. I totally was. But it all stopped when I offered, well, I told my boy's mom that I wanted to go camping and bring my son along. And she was like, well, before you do that, I want to meet everyone that's going, and, you know, we're going to sit down and have a talk and, all this crap, right? And I was like, well, it's just me and my girlfriend at the time. And I was like, it's just me and her. Um, you've met us, right? So is it okay? And she's like, no. And I'm like, so you're telling me that, like, say if I had like 12 people that were all going, I would have spent the time rounding everybody up and setting up this freaking meeting, and you would have just ended up saying no anyways. She's like, that's right. And I'm like, well, that's just not reasonable. That's stupid. And she's like, well, I don't care. And I'm like, well, you know what? I'd hate to tell you this, homegirl, but I pay you child support. And you actually don't really have a say on what happens while he's with me. This is because he's my kid, too. And that's when she started sending back my checks. She started sending them back, you know. Yeah, homegirl. Yeah, is my West Side former gangster drug dealer side showing? I'm trying to talk about people without talking about people. Well, it's she's a mother, right? And she was, trying to protect him from everything so much that it had gotten to the point where it was unreasonable. You know, like there's women out there that are so afraid to let their sons out into the world because of what could happen that they're fine with them not getting a license. They're fine with them not getting a job. They're fine with them not becoming a man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that's in this instance, but I'm saying that there's people out there that are like that, and it's driven by fear. A lot of times, and it's not that they're being a bitch or anything like that. It's just that they're fucking scared to death. You know, that they're um they protect their children to their own detriment, you know and eventually what ends up happening is the kid falls behind. you know you know They love them to death. My mother would ask me about certain bad kid if I was going to a group sleepover as a kid, but nothing that bad. Yeah, my mom was crazy. Um, let's just leave it at that. She took you to shows that I know she hated. That's um huh. It's unhealthy to overprotect. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a parent's job to recognize when the child needs to be pushed, and you know, like, because kids are going to have their own natural fears, right? And you can have those little triumphs, as they're maturing. Um, and if that's done correctly, you can end up with a kid that's not scared of the world, you know. And I think that's why today you've got a bunch of safe space fucking babies. You've got a bunch of parents that were just, my baby, no, my baby. A bunch of, not to talk shit, but a bunch of mothers that ruled the house, because the guys are a bunch of simps, and the guy didn't stand up and be like, no, we're not doing that. We're not raising a puss. Oh, but, shut the fuck up. We're doing this. You and your fucking worrying. We're seeing the fruit of that shit now. A bunch of kids that were never told no, because their parents didn't want to see their kids cry. And now they're out in the world where no just happens. And you're going to run into a no or two, And now, I mean, we got schools that have litter boxes and shit, for Christ's sake, now. Because the kids aren't being told no at home. No, sorry, you're not a fucking cat. No, I am a cat. Okay, well, guess what? I'm going to slap the fuck out of you. Like, the dog shit out of you. Or like, okay, you're a cat. You can sleep outside. Here's your cat food. No. This is human food. You don't get this. Less than 24 hours. That'll be settled. Sure, they'll try and, test. But if a parent's consistent, hey, no, we already told you what the cat gets. You know. Oh, we can go get your shots. You know. And sure, they're gonna throw a big fucking fit. Sure, huge. It's gonna be loud and annoying and stupid. But you can put a stop to that. Believe me. And yeah, it's a hassle. And you'll have to deal with it. But people are bitches. Yeah. When I've always been like a nice person, nice kid, so you get targeted when you're younger, you know, and I came home. I've probably mentioned this in a live before, but I told my dad about it, and he was like, "Kick their ass." He didn't say that. He said, "Fuck them up." But it just never even occurred to me that was an option because I figured I'd get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Because of how things were. But it was like, okay, I've got the clear. So that's what I started doing. And the first kid, he fucking got it, dude. Pretty brutally, to be honest with you. You're such a dog. Speaking of dogs, we were doing stuff at this house, right? And they had a dog, and they had to like keep the dog like tied up to a table or a chair or whatever the entire time we were there, because this dog was like a nipper. It's like, she doesn't bite, but she nips. Okay, so it's like, all right, well, whatever. I almost suggest just let her loose, man. But just give me free reign. If the dog does anything, don't get upset if I knock at one. Right. Yeah, they if you you'll give them a head change, and they'll either stop completely and they'll turn into a different person depending on the situation. You know what I'm saying? Like if the bully gets his ass kicked and everybody starts laughing at him, he can't come back from that. You know what I'm saying? And that'll either happen or they move on. Sneaking the food. What was he sneaking to you? Pizza. Little sandwich. Some of your kick-ass Canadian chocolate. Sandwich. I almost hit this damn thing. I would have burnt the shit out of my mouth. Nope. A sandwich really is one of the most perfect foods. I love them. They're kick-ass. You know, I make a pretty good sandwich, but my wife, she's magical, dude. I love my wife's food so fucking much. I almost married her years ago. I mean, we've been married for years now, but like when I was like younger and still fucking around and being stupid, because of her damn food. Telling you, if you learn how to cook, ladies, you can snag us. It's a weakness. Oh, nice. Right on. Yeah, my first car, his brother worked at a dealership. So he would, get told whenever somebody brought in, whatever. And, it's a screaming deal on this. We've only paid this for it, so you could probably get it for whatever, So, we got a couple cars over the years that way. My first car was like it was a Honda Accord hatchback. And I think we got it for like $500. Had that car forever. I love that car. It was badass little car. Ran great, Got his gift of reincarnation. I have my own feelings about reincarnation. I don't think it's a thing. I know people do, but I just don't. I don't feel there's any evidence for it. People talk about old souls and all this other shit. I just think there's, levels of maturity. I've had people tell me that they think I'm an old soul, and it's just like, yeah, I don't know. You probably should have met me when I was younger. What? Huh? All right, show me. Go. Show me. Is this what you want? No. You can have a tiny snack. This is the tiniest. Okay? We gotta get you some more food. Ooh, my hand. Hey. It like disconnected and I came back to some bullshit. Y'all still here? What's going on? Did it trip out? Look at this. I got one short, looks like gray hair. Old. Yes. Yeah. I've got a couple tricks up my sleeve. Oh man, I'm interested to learn where the family thing is happening, and I'd really like to know if my brother's going to be there. I'm thinking he probably won't be. I'm thinking that isn't in the cards. How to transport. Well, you know, birthmarks are hereditary. Like that's how people know who's all related to Genghis Khan. I mean, that guy like traveled everywhere and slept with a bunch of women, and all those people have like a blue mark on their butt, or something like that. It's some sort of weird birthmark. Or you'll see like people that have like in their family, they'll all have like that like dark hair, but they'll all have like a gray spot in their hair. You know, that's something I've seen. Like either in the front or on the back of their head or whatever. It's that family that has it. There's a bright red dot on your eyebrow that was sure. Yeah, you know, it's your kid. You know, my mom wanted to name me Nathaniel. What's crazy is she was convinced I was going to be a girl, right? Someone asked me if it lights up, if I'm in danger. That one was pretty good. And she was so convinced that I was going to be a girl while she was pregnant that she only went out and bought girl clothes, right? And when I was young, we didn't have much money and stuff. So all my baby pictures, I'm in girl clothes, right? And it's because that's what she bought, right? Convinced that I was going to be a girl, right? She just knew it. She just knew it. That's how my mom was about things. She'd become convinced about things. It was going to happen. And you couldn't convince her otherwise. And sometimes even after that didn't happen and it came to pass, it just... Anyways, what happened is she ended up having a dream where she says God came and talked to her. Oh, it's this. This is all sticky because I pulled the sticker off and I'm pulling the rest of the sticky shit off with this. God came to her in a dream and said, "You're not having a girl, you're having a boy, and you are to name him Nathaniel." Right? And this freaked her out. She was convinced she was going to have a girl, blah, blah, blah. But this was God talking. And so, because of her previous experiences, she believed the dream. And here I came, and yeah, it was a boy, me. And she was going to name me Nathaniel, like God wanted, right? But my dad didn't like the name. And I could just see how the conversation went, knowing my dad. I don't like the name Nathaniel. Why don't you use Adam? Adam's in the Bible too, isn't it? No, we're not doing it. So I ended up being named Adam. So, but yeah. We're bringing you cookies every day instead. Yeah, Santa. Milk and cookies. Man. And both of these phones are dead. I got 3 phones here. Got these 2 and that one. They're both dead. Just going to check the time. I have an itch. I need to get some more of this Nichrome 20. But some that's a little bit thicker. This stuff is like really hard to work with. I have yet to actually build a coil successfully with it. Probably because my swivel is such a piece. It's a soft metal, so it just breaks. Yeah, none of them. These ones are just used for like internet at home. Like some of them have like a couple things I use them for, but this is the only one that like makes calls and whatever. They started to do things that bothered me, you know, so I replaced them. Like this one, it likes to like I'll be doing stuff with it, you know, and then like the touch screen will like stop working, right? After like a minute. So I have to turn it off, turn it back on, and then the touch screen works again. And this is consistent, you know, like I'm not dealing with that shit. And I don't buy like expensive phones. You know what I'm saying? I never spend more than like, you know, like if I spend like 500 or something on a phone, that's like crazy to me. You know, I know people need to have like the newest and the whatever when it comes to phones because they want people to see them with that phone and you know, I don't give a shit. It's a phone, you know, and they all do the same stuff. So, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know, there's like this video that I watched and they're like, and up here we've got the iPhone same. And over here we've got the iPhone same. And over here we've got the iPhone same. You know, and they're supposed to be, you know, upgrades, but they're not. You know, they all do the exact same thing. And the upgrades that it says that it has are really not that big of a deal. You know, if you want to actually have a phone that does this much more, you got to spend $1,500, and this much more isn't worth over $1,000 to me. You know, I'll just wait 2 years until that phone is now a piece of shit in everybody's mind and buy it for $400. You know, because it's not cool anymore. You get what I'm saying? And they've already got, you get what I'm saying? It's, to 120 pounds. If this thing would charge, I could look it up. But I think that's, you know, 200 and something. I think pound is close to, not quite double. Let me look. It's gonna take a minute. My phone is just waking up. I need some coffee. But yeah, I've bought the cheapest phone and before, and they can crap out. You got to be like really careful with like the charging port, and you know, I've had like a phone that worked perfectly fine, but it stopped working because I couldn't charge it anymore. You know, and that pissed me off. And it was like, okay, well, I guess I got to spend a little bit more because, you know, I want it to last longer than, you know, this. Okay. Well, thank you. I knew it was, you know, more. Roxy, go lay down. Quit your whining. You know, everything is fine. All you got to do is be a dog. She's crying because she wants to lay in bed, but she doesn't want to do it alone. That's what this is all about. She just wants to lay in bed. Huh? Here, I'll make you a bed right here, okay? Now you can jump up and lay down. Look at this. Oh, that's special. Look at that. Jump up. There you go. Lay down. Okay. All right, jump up. Yeah, it's probably the dollar, US dollar. Since it's our oil that runs the world. But and it's a nice day today. No clouds in the sky. There isn't even any streaks. I need to restain my damn fence. Because that fence cost me a pretty penny to have put up. You know, we actually went to a place and bought good lumber. You know, you can go to like Home Depot or go to Lowe's and get, you know, whatever they've got. You got to pick through the boards and spend forever doing that. And then, you know, if you're getting a significant amount, you know, you pick through whatever they have, which can take, you know, hours. And then wait till they get a new shipment and come back and do that. Or you can just go to a place that only has good wood, right? And you spend, you know, quite a bit more and not even mess with that bullshit. And I hired somebody to help me build it. And yeah, you know, that fence cost me like $5 freaking grand. Yeah, that's more like it. 81. Yeah, Canadian is worth the least out of the three. What is viola? What's the candy like there in Scotland? Like, do you guys have the laws that keeps all the bullshit out of your food? And like the candy's not, you know, it's not healthy, right? It's not like you can. No, I mean just like chocolates and well, any candy, you know. Um, um, because I know Canada has some really kick-ass candy up there. Right. Well, that hopefully will change soon with Homeboy coming through and trying to clean house. Hopefully they get that done and pass all that stuff into law before somebody else, either kills him or, you know, replaces him. Yeah. Um, you know what? I was looking at this stupid left wing um, report, right? And they were saying that a lot of his theories or a lot of his worldview likely comes from miasma theory. And it was like, you've got to be kidding me. Um, I don't know if you're familiar with what that is, miasma theory. It's a very, very like old, it's not like ancient, but we're talking like 1500s and earlier, before they knew what germs were and stuff. Okay. Miasma theory was when, before they knew what caused sicknesses, right? Like they just had no idea that, like, if you ate rotten food, you'd get sick. They didn't know why, right? Um, or diseases. They didn't know what caused these things, right? Um, um, Now, the word miasma itself has different definitions depending on who is uh, speaking, because there's different um, places that have applied it, right? So they've kind of got their own take on it. But miasma theory, what that is that bad air or smells, unpleasant smells, is what is the cause for disease, and that's what kind of led to, like, the guys that had like the long bird faces, they kind of it's got like the eye openings here, and they just kind of look like a big bird that they stuffed with all the flowers and potpourri and stuff. Yeah, plague doctors, right. That was to keep them from smelling the smells, because it was the smells that got them sick. It wasn't exposure, So, you'd have a plague doctor go in there and touch everything. And then go on to the next person and touch them, and spreading all this shit and probably catching it themselves, right? But all the while thinking that they were protected because they couldn't smell any of this shit, because of their bird nose, right? But yeah, that's miasma theory. But there's also other definitions for it. Like one in particular, one that's coming to mind. I can't remember all of them, but one of them is a disease that gets sent out by a god, right? For the retribution of a murder that has taken place. That disease is a miasma. There's others, but I can't think of them right now. Well, the thing is there is an answer to everything, but you shouldn't jump to conclusions. You know, it's kind of like I've seen somebody say, it's some people know just enough about things to convince themselves that they're right, but not enough to know that they're wrong. Right, right. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's spread by the families and all that stuff. But see, they didn't know about bacteria. They just were like, okay, this thing's dying over here. It stinks. So they were just connecting dots that, you know, really had no business being connected. No, I get what you're saying. That's like the God of the gaps um, stuff, and that's that's not healthy. You know, that's kind of like the environment I was raised in. Everything was God, everything was the devil, and um, to some degree that is true, right? But we don't have the ability to put a finger on that, because these are things that operate in a spiritual realm. You know, they're unknown to us, you know, and they can't be described, So to try, is like crazy. It's like, hey, here's something that can't be understood. I'm the one to define it. Yeah, okay, give me a break. It's kind of like, it makes me think of this. I saw this video this one time, and it was about NASA or somebody sending up a rocket or some sort of something to like nudge bring out your dead to nudge an asteroid that potentially could be hitting Earth at some point, maybe not, right? And nudge it off of its trajectory in hopes to prevent this stuff from happening, right? And I left a comment saying that the celestial bodies are dancing a dance to instruments of an orchestra that are so finely tuned that they can't be comprehended by man. And man wants to step up and be the conductor. It's crazy, and it can't be done, you know. I gotta toss this. Bring out your dead. Is that from Disenchantment? My wife loves that show. She's probably watched the whole thing 20 times. Is the stream tripping or? You've never seen Disenchantment? I bet you'd like it. It's it's made by the same people that made Futurama and all that shit. And there's actually a bunch of like Easter eggs in it, like, and you got to really pay attention to catch them, you know, and you have to have watched Futurama in order to recognize them in the first place. But it's about this teen girl or a young girl. I don't know, maybe she's, 18, early 20s, who's a princess. Her dad is a overweight, angry, quick to get violent, drunk, who's an ex like warrior, right? And her mother is dead, right? Because she was turned to stone. And her dad is now married to this half lizard type creature thing who's actually fucking super hilarious. And her little brother's a mix of human and that thing. And she ends up getting like this little devil as her like little helper, right? And also this elf, right, who lived in I don't know, Elfland, Candyland, whatever the fuck you want to call it, but he wants to see the real world and get out there and eat things other than candy. And so he leaves and stumbles upon her, and he's like this. He's like in love with her, but he doesn't know. He's like just a little bitch, and it, it's a great show. it's it's a great show. Oh, okay. Flatbed wagons they toss bodies onto. Okay, well, there's a scene in that show where they do that because this is like in the dark ages and shit, right? And if I remember correctly, they bring out somebody who's like actually not all the way dead, and I don't know. I think they whack him or some shit. And, oh no, the bells. That was the person who had the wagon would be ringing the bells to let them know they were passing through, um, so they could bring out the dead people that were in their house. But yeah, Disenchantment. Uh, I highly suggest watching the show, and it's they haven't come out with any new seasons. I think they're done, with it. Maybe they'll come out with some more shit, but you could just what I'm saying is you can sit and binge watch the whole damn thing if you wanted, now. So unlike when we first started watching it, we had to wait for new episodes and all that shit. And it was good enough that we actually did, you know. It's pretty hilarious. But you got to be into, you know, that type of humor. If you're into, you know, I don't know, Futurama type humor and shit like that, you'd love it. Yeah, yeah, they did that. Bury people with bells, because uh, they weren't very good at um, uh, telling whether or not someone was dead or not. Somebody could just be, you know, knocked out, I guess, or be in a coma. You know, and what's really kind of scary is um, they've found scratch marks and stuff on the inside of caskets and all kinds of shit, man. I mean, I couldn't imagine. But those are the accidents. There was some religions over here in the Americas where they buried people alive on purpose, to make make sure the sun came up the next day or make their corn grow or whatever, you they'd take young girls and get them all drunk and coked out and bury them alive. And these would be willing participants because they believed in the shit, you know. Yeah, some people totally are. And these were the advanced civilizations, the ones that had created, waterways and had massive fields and huge you know pyramids and all kinds of stuff. You know these these are the guys that were rocking it back in the day, doing well. you know Cults. Yeah, lots of cults. Yeah, I talk about cults a lot. Well, that wouldn't be exactly a cult. A cult is, there's religions and there's cults, right? And a cult has to check a certain number of boxes before it can be considered a cult. Like a cult is like, say Viola comes up with a religion, right? And her religion is, they worship the tables, right? And they call themselves the table people, right? Who knows what the theology is and whatever, it doesn't really matter. Well, somebody else comes along and they're like, hey, we're the table people too, right? And you ask them, oh, okay, so you believe in the tables? They're like, no. It's like, oh, well, then you're not a table person. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're table people. So a cult is someone that like claims affiliation with another religion, but they change what that religion is. And some of the cults can fly under the radar because they're very, very, the changes are very minor, right? But others are so drastic that everybody can tell that it's a cult, and they make the news, because everybody drank, death juice, or, killed themselves to go behind Hale Bop or some crazy shit, Worship the sock monster in the washing machine. That would be my religion. Who's in? So, in worshiping the sock monster, what would you gain? Would your socks return? Is that the goal? And how would you worship the sock monster? How does the sock monster desire worship? No, you gain the pleasure of people's judgment on my odd socks. Okay. Do you wear weird socks? Socks with like I don't know, funky shit on it. Okay. Dedicated to the wise pickles. Sometimes dinosaurs and shit. Okay. I'm liking where this is going. Got pickles and dinosaurs. Pickles with intelligence. Where the fuck? Oh, whatever they leave you. Okay. Well, you would hope that you could have some sort of influence on this sock monster god. You know, you go in there and um, you stick your head in there and you sing your gospel tune, and maybe you can yeah, influence, like, hey, I'd like socks that go past my knees. And then bam, you get them. Yeah, socks that have dinosaurs. Now we're thinking. Okay. I feel like buying something fun, but don't want to spend much. Okay, maybe you could, kind of like how, uh, you got the dinosaurs on the socks. Maybe you could throw like regular socks in there, and then sing your gospel tune in there, the la 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 la, bagak bagak. Close the door, run it, and then open them up, and they come out different, you know. You could change your socks. There we go. It'd be like magic. You like magic? Come here. There you go. Look at you. All the socks you need. Sock monster said no. Wise pickle. It's a dwarf. You get what you're given. Okay, well, as long as there's an understanding and there's there's no ouch, rock dog. You're not upset about it. You're not left wanting. You want down? There you go. I get what I'm given, and I like it. Sure. Pituitary. Yeah, it's a gland. Dwarf cat. Have you guys, I'm sure you guys have seen like those hairless cats. They trip me out, dude. They all look upset. You like those cats? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with them. I've never been around one. I'm not too familiar with like their attitude. I know that there's some cats that are known for certain attitudes, and it's kind of consistent. Like, tuxedo kitties. They're kind of known for being really friendly. Orange cats. They're kind of known for being some of them kind of be dicks, but playful. Something you find on the bottom of yourself, your fridge. Angry ham. Pissed meat. That's funny. $30 hams. It's one thing to put them in the freezer. You know what I'm saying? Like here, we used to have a deep freeze, and I'm gonna get another one at some point because it's there. It's just you just need to have one. Dead cats. What the fuck? That's pretty bad. Because cats, they can, they can live through some. Is this just like from over time? I'm hoping, you know, or is there something about her house that kills them? Just full of dead cats. That's burls, dude. And I'm sure every time you open up were they bagged up or were they just kind of sitting in there just, uh, and every time you open it up, you got the puff of the hair and I mean, Viola's already vegetarian, and now we're talking about cats in the fridge. That's just gnarly. A dead cardinal. Huh. Right, right. I'd hope that they got in there purposefully. As bad as that is, right? But like, if you end up with 30 cats dead in your fridge on accident, um, that's uh, that's kind of worse. You know? Yeah. Who knows? That's like, you get people that they just can't let go of shit. Like, I've watched that hoarders show, right? And they have to like remove the person, right, who's there. Like, they fight, the whole time, and as the people are like clearing it out, they're like, holding on to a piece of dust. No, you know, and they eventually got to remove the person, otherwise they just can't do their damn job, because every single thing that's being brought out, they they lock on, and you know some of them just they have like these mental fucking breakdowns and shit. Right. That's gnarly to me. you know it's a disease. you know um I kind of have like the music gear disease. If I had stupid money, I would be buying all kinds of music gear. um but luckily I've been able to tame that beast. But um yeah, I just stopped looking at the stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because there's always things that they're coming up with that do things that you think you need, and you know you don't really need it. All had names. Yeah, I want to know how they died. What's up, Yofi? Vapors. Wow, 70 cats, dude. That's like next level cat lady shit. Check this out. Um, one, two, three doors down, right? There's this lady that lived in this house. Who are you talking to? There's this lady that lived in this house, right? And she stops by my house one day, and she's like, Your cat is bullying all my cats off of the cat food. You need to buy him this kind of cat food because he's eating it at my house and that's what he likes. So if you get him this cat food, he won't have to come to my house and eat the cat food. And the whole time I'm thinking, oh, I'm being nice, right? But I'm thinking, none of these cats are yours. You put cat food out on your porch and cats show up, right? They're all strays, every one of them, right? And she's getting upset because my cat is going down there and eating the food too, right? And yeah, my cat was bullying him off the food because my cat was a little gangster. And so what ends up happening is eventually number 2, that was the cat's name, number 2, stopped coming back, right? And I'm driving and I see him inside of her house, right? And he's like up on the windowsill looking out like, what the fuck? I'm stuck in this house, right? Let me out, And because he's an outside cat, right? We let him in at night, right? But we live on a dead end street. We let the cats out. Everybody that has cats here let their cats run around all day, and then they go in at night, right? Because it's just how it is here. And so she like stole my cat, right? And even though she's got, I don't know, 10 cats over there, right? One day, I'm walking down the street with my nephew, and we see him sitting on the front porch. This is the first time I've ever seen him outside. And I'm like, oh shit, there's number 2. And I call him, and he's looking at me like he doesn't recognize me, right? But I call him, and he's like, oh shit, I recognize that voice. And he just runs to me, right? And I pick him up, I walk him back down to the house, and he's like, oh, like this place, I remember, and he's like, totally, back at home and being normal and shit. And then she shows up like a couple days later and is like, your cat has fleas. You need to treat him. And I'm like, okay, I just got him back. Maybe you could have done that while you had him for 2 fucking years, And so I do. I run and I get him some of that stuff that you put in between here, right? And I do it properly, You just basically put it in one spot, you squeeze it, and it makes like a little, maybe dime-sized, nickel-sized thing, right? We leave, right? I'm not locking them up in my house, right? But we leave, we come back, and he's got some sort of shit on his back, and it's like this big. It's covering his whole back. He can totally lick it if he wanted to. And I'm guessing that she did it to like show me how to do it right. You know what I'm saying? And it's just overly done. He's matted down. And it was just like, come on, like, what a bitch. And she ended up getting put into a home because she'd like gone crazy. You know what I'm saying? And what's kind of funny, not really funny, haha, but funny crazy, is when she was coming over and talking to me about the cat stealing the food and then later talking to me about the fleas, she is just her eyes, because I grew up next to her. She was a normal lady, right? But like she had like this crazy, she looked crazy, you know, and it was just like, wow, I wonder what the hell happened to her. She's been living alone way too long, you know. Uh, she's like beyond the point of like, you know, talking to herself and all that shit. She's lost it, you know. Now she ended up not. She didn't steal him back, but uh, he ended up dying maybe like a year later. But he was an old cat. Really, he was an old cat. It was time, really. We brought him in the house, and he lived with us for a little while, and then he started getting, sick and stuff. And, um, it was a sad deal, But wow, 2 hours away. That's a trip. That's a trek, man. Um, that is a. All right, what's up, man? Yeah, we're talking about pets and dealing with weird neighbors, people who just get weird on you. So yeah, I'm just waiting for Rihanna to show up. She's off now, so she's probably gonna be here any minute. We'll see. I don't have a message from her, so. I had a chance to get my cat back 10 years later. He popped up on Cat's Protection, but he was on his last leg. They wanted a lot of cash, and he had crazy vet bills, so I just passed. Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's like all the good cat time is gone. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's probably why they were over it. You know, it's like, oh, owning this cat is, it's just going to be expensive. You want to give it back. Pet biz. Yeah, Roxy's chipped. So we we can like, I don't know if we can track her. Maybe we can. But if she gets lost or gets taken to a pound or whatever, they'll be able to identify its owners, her owners. We had a pet napping neighbor in Breckenridge. Whenever a pet went missing, everyone would go to her house. I think she had dementia. She had a pet for 10 years. Yeah, that's sad, because the person might not be lying in their mind. You know what I'm saying? They might have had some animal they loved, and, that pet could be long gone, you know? Right. Yeah. You lose the animal and you go through that grief and then you take them back just to have them die, you know? Yeah, chipping them's the way to go, I think. That way, you can go up there and be like, boop. No, here's the proof. This is what's happening. I'm sorry you've got whatever you've got going on in your mind, but wrong. Sure. Yeah. Well, the lady that I'm talking about was uh I don't really know her as long as I've known her. I've known her since I was a little kid, right? But I don't really know her. And she probably wasn't the same person that she was back when I was young because I don't think she was healthy in the brain. And she wasn't like, her natural disposition wasn't, kind and whatever. She was kind of like one of those, I don't trust anybody, quick to judge, um, um, worst first head. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, uh, what are you doing here? I'm just bringing you your newspaper. Not that that's a real situation, but just give you an idea um, of where she was. Just yeah. There's a lot of them out there, man. There's a lot of them out there. She was stolen from the backyard on her overhead run. What do you mean, overhead run? Is this one of the things that they can climb and, I don't know, do cat shit up there? My cousin came over here the other day and he was trying to drop off like some furniture and a bunch of other stuff here. And it's like, dude, I don't want this shit. And one of the things that he had was like a cat like PlayStation type thing that somebody made. It was like made out of logs and all kinds of shit. It's like I don't want this, man. Looks like a lot of work went into it, but no thanks. I don't need that shit. I don't have a cat. He's just gonna toss all the stuff, but was trying to give it to somebody that wanted it before he just went to the dump. He's actually who brought over these couches, but he brought that stuff from his mom's place. His mom had this stuff, and they just replaced the couches, and so we brought them over here. They're fine couches. And I've got another one of these ones, like this leather couch right here. But that's just a 2-seater. The 3-seater's upstairs, and that is a major bitch. to get down the stairs, so it's gonna stay up there for a little while. It's like a wire between solid objects with a leash hooked up so they can run back and forth, etc. But it's high up so they can't get tangled. Oh, okay. Okay. I see. So they're like kind of tethered off. So if they do happen to fall, they don't fall. Oh. Mom's home. Go get her. It's Mom. Mom's here. I'm not lying. Go get her. Mom's here. Look. Look who it is. Just let you know, Roxy's gonna shit the bed. Because Mom hasn't been home all day. Yep, safety. Hi, baby.
Hey, would you be terribly upset if we didn't go?
You don't want to go?
No, not really. I have a really bad headache.
Why don't you just take some Tylenol and we'll go for a little bit, okay? So we can just go and see everybody. We don't have to stay long.
All right. All right. Let's go then.
All right. 1 second.
Say goodbye to your friends. No. I have an idea. Why is the AC off? Go outside. Come on. Go outside.
doggy. Damn. Okay. Oh shit. I'm dropping stuff. Well, I actually want to see if I can bring you all on a car ride, but I'm going to try what Croc suggested, which is to disconnect from the Wi-Fi and before I leave, so it doesn't, do the trip out shit. Where it I go down the road and then halfway down the road it tries to disconnect from the house and then it does that bullshit and then possibly not reconnect. So we'll see. That's if Rihanna's down with it. She might be, she might not be. She might be like, nah, turn the fucking thing off. But she might be fine with it. Well, hi. And you're a dog. Aren't you, Roxy? Look at that hole. Need to fix that. Look at, I'm wearing a shirt that actually has some color. Does anybody else have eyes that change color to what they're wearing? Any of you guys have eyes like that? My eyes do that. Huh? All right, I'll do that right now. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Gotta lock up the garage. No, and yeah, whatever. They say happy wife, happy life. But I say sandwich. Well, got a couple of these. There was a big ass tomatillo over here. I wonder if it fell off. Like it was really big, and I don't see it anymore. I know. I get what you're saying.
There's like hair. This shirt is like a hair magnet.
Yeah. I'm gonna put this in here, okay? These guys? Alright, so I can disconnect from the Wi-Fi. 1 second here. Come on, finish your chores. Clear. Do this.
It's gotta be room temperature, water.
Yeah, the messages stopped for a second, y'all. Interesting point. Laugh out loud. Biting nails. Okay. Well, it's working again. So what is that?
Water?
Okay, I don't know if it was vinegar.
Why would I put vinegar in bread?
You know, I don't know. I've never made.
It's gotta be tepid water.
Everybody says hi and they love you very, very much.
Hello! I don't know you, so I can't love you. Sorry.
Well, I added that.
Okay.
They didn't say that they love you. Does that make you feel better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Water.
Doing that Star Trek shit again. What? Really? Oh, it's like stopping and restarting, and I'm like in a different place. So it looks like I'm, beaming up Scotty here.
Mm.
Not anymore. Okay. And Croc says hey too.
Hi, Croc. Yo.
You saw a sun hat on the table. Now we're all here. Yeah, that's Rihanna's what she calls old lady hat. Let's keep the sun up there.
Yeah, because I got pre-cancerous cells on my face.
Yeah.
They burned it off with liquid nitrogen. Now I got some chemotherapy cream on my face. Alright. She is fed.
Right. So now it's a girl.
Whatever.
A girl named Herman.
No, it's not. Herman was my great grandmother's sourdough starter, and it was over 100 years old.
Oh wow!
Like it had been going for 100 years.
Wow.
And then my grandpa gave it to his wife, Allie, my step grandma.
She killed it.
She killed it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was over 100 years old, and she fucking killed it.
Wow, it's probably some gangster ass yeast too.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, there is chemo cream. I didn't know about it either.
Chemotherapy cream.
Chemotherapy cream.
Toxic to dogs.
Toxic to you. Right, so yes.
I don't want to stay long.
That's fine, I don't either. I just probably want to go there and maybe eat some food.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right. So you guys let me know if this thing shits out, if you can. I'm gonna get in the shade. Right. The Brady Bunch. Yeah, I forgot where we got that hat. country store or something like that.
Need a gas. That's a good song.
Anna Green Gables.
It's so funny. People used to say I look like her because of my red hair.
Huh.
Yeah. Did you lock up the garage?
Yep, I did.
Thank you.
Just for you.
Thank you. Well, will you leave the back gate open? We're just gonna walk back there and be like, ooh, free.
So I'll
We have insurance, but not for theft.
flip you all around.
Well, I guess we do have it for theft. Show people where we live.
No. We're not even coming from our house. On the road again. Shipped it. Lucy Maud Montgomery. It's the hat that reminds her of that.
It's 25 through here. You
Yeah.
wanna go the speed limit?
Oh, somebody's on your ass?
Oh, big time.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I'll just slow down a little bit.
Yeah. Slow down, piss them off.
Yeah. She came up flying anyway. People don't realize that it's 25 through there. Either that or they don't care.
No, it's our yearly family reunion on my dad's side. We do it every year unless there's like some sort of major hiccup. But you know, it's only been canceled like a few times, and you know, sometimes it's out at this campground, sometimes it's at my cousin's house, sometimes it's at my dad's cousin's house.
Pretty sure it's at the campground. I don't fully remember.
I thought Dad said it was like at Cane Lake or something.
Oh, shit. Well, why don't you find out?
Can I see your phone?
Are you fucking serious? Oh, look. Don't you worry, you're pretty. You're busy.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty cool. You know, it's cool to be able to catch up with everybody, and you know, a lot of us don't really live around each other anymore. So.
Christ almighty, I thought.
Man. Does anybody else in here have family reunion things that they do, or what? Yeah, I'm in trouble. Whatever. I'll probably be in trouble the whole time we're doing this. It's because she don't want to go. And I told her that we're doing it. You know? Everyone's dead. Yeah, that happens too. Yeah. Yeah, that can suck, you know. Then it all comes down to you know, and being the one that has to take the initiative to get everybody back together, and you know, it's um, you got to rile up your brothers and sisters, and so all their cousins and stuff can get together, and you know, I don't really. Yeah, some people just you can't pick your family. Some people have some pretty crazy family members. My dad's side is pretty normal. My mom's side.
I got everywhere.
My mom's side is insane. They're all crazy, like gossipy. Um, they're all pretty damaged people. So, but the people on my dad's side are all pretty normal. So I don't mind going and hanging out with them. They're cool. In fact, I used to not mind hanging out with the people on my mom's side. I was like one of the favorites, because I was chill, and everybody was comfortable talking to me and stuff like that. And, but after my mom died, everybody just got really weird, like really fast. Yeah. Well, like I was saying, not going and meeting with the family. Sometimes you're really not missing anything. It can just be a hassle and a headache, and then you end up just kind of leaving, with a head full of shit.
Hey, just checking where we're going. Is it the campgrounds? Okay, where am I? Lake Samish. Okay. Uh-huh.
One of the lakes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I did.
Well, personally, I wouldn't have stopped going to see everybody because of one person. Let them be stupid, and,
Okay.
talk to everybody else, Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how it was at for my
Okay.
my mom's side.
451 mile marker.
Just a lot of like forced laughs, and it was just a really weird environment.
Okay. I'm sure we'll be able to find it. All right. Bye. No address that I can get to put in my GPS? Nope. It's at Lake Samish.
Okay, that's cool.
He's all beat feet. I just got done with the shrimp boil. I was like, he's like, well, you just got off work. I was like, yeah.
That's my dad, right?
Yeah.
I can tell by beat feet, that's one of his sayings. Yeah, I can understand. You know, there's sometimes it's, somebody can make just a situation intolerable. You know, like I've got an uncle that is he's extreme. You know, everything is extreme, and I still went because of my cousins and my aunts and other uncles and stuff, and he'd be there and he'd be grumbling, and you know, at some point he'd drink too much and start lashing out at everybody, and you know, it was just what it was. It was like, you know, that's just how he is, and you know, whatever, you know, you just don't let it bother you. It's like, okay, he's that way, whatever.
We're going halfway to Bellingham.
Yeah. Won't take that long.
Go, you dumb fucks. Jesus.
Oh, wow. Later, Viola. You know, get after it. Have a good night. I forget that you're so far ahead in the future. Yeah, I know a lot of people like that. You know, they talk shit and then they're just overly sensitive. You know, you just don't pay attention to people like that. You know, and you can't really explain things to people like that either, because it just makes them, you know, feel uncomfortable, and then, you know, you end up just getting on their shit list, and you know, there's somebody that keeps tabs on everything, and they remember every stupid little tiny thing. You know, you just ignore them. Just steer clear, you know. You know, eventually what ends up happening is everybody wises up to their stuff, and they stop coming. You know, because when they come, nobody fucking talks to them. You know, they might get the, oh yeah, hi. Turn around, they walk away. You know, hey, well, I was going to talk to you. Yeah, I'm not talking to you. I remember what happened last time. You know, I love you and everything, but, you know, it's not worth it. Past 4 years ago. Yeah, play the victim. Yeah, well, that's what happens, you know. You can't really behave that way and have people really want to stick around, you know. You know, it's just how it is, you know. It's like people behave a certain way, and as soon as they're done, it's like they want to get upset with the people that are upset with them. You know, it's like, you know, people get sick of that shit. You know, people get sick of it. Yeah, I can imagine. What are they gonna do? You know, step up and be like, yeah, I remember the one time when she was like really unreasonable, and yeah. Yeah, hypocrites, man. Yeah, it's childish. I mean, that's the type of stuff that I learned about like in elementary school. You know, you'd see like the kid, or you know, boy or girl, who would like talk crap about somebody, and then somebody would be like, you know, say something back to them. They'd start crying and run to the teacher, and it's, you know, I wised up to that behavior really, really early. And the fact is, you know, that's stuff, you know, when you see people behaving that way, that's people. You know what I'm saying? Some people grow up and mature, but and here's the thing, there's other people that just never, they don't have that in them, you know. So you get those people that act that way, that learn more, and that they improve their ability to hide that, but they're still that person. You know, they're still this hypocrite, weak person, you know, and they have to, you know, slather on all the extra shit to appear a certain way when they're really not, and you know, right? Well, it's always been a thing, you know. We're just seeing it more because people are able to talk to more people through, you know, this type of stuff. Around, see the freeway, the mountains. Yeah, I was telling Bill that, and he was like, "No, that's not true."
Yeah, it is.
I was like, "It's true, dude."
Yeah, they changed it. Because there was too many accidents happening.
Yeah, no worries. This is the valley, and this is why it's called the valley. I mean, there's mountains literally all the way around here. If these buildings were in the frickin' Yeah, that's a massive flag. It's at some car dealership. It's one of the biggest ones I think that's around here. Whoever's responsible for that is a gangster. Gangster, like
Our car's so light.
yeah. And sorry about the road noise. This is a this car is really loud. Just there's not much insulation between us and the road. Now Portland's, I hate to say it, but Portland's kind of gay.
Didn't used to be. It is now.
Yeah, it didn't used to be. Portland used to be kind of cool, you know, like, I don't know, 20 or something years ago.